Hello everybody, welcome back to my playthrough of Ace Investigation. Give me a second here. Made a mistake with the audio, but now everything should be what it is. Uh, but yeah, let's get right into the judge's testimony. I completely forgot where we saved. Um, the judge's testimony. During the reset, I went to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. Hey there, Maddie. Nice to see you. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machine. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. The detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh, I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. Reset, I went to the restroom. Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask? Isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Or maybe I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you? Please stay calm, Your Honor. This is going to be much harder than I anticipated. I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced the reset and time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away. And why couldn't you? Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom. At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony. There's a window on this hallway side on the other. In other words, I could see into the hallway. Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom? What is the meaning of that statement? I simply meant that perhaps you went to the restroom on a different floor. I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom. I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances. I ran for the courtroom through the floor main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals, and it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor. Yes, exactly. Your Honor, there is no need to yell. I can hear you just fine. Oh, I guess I put a little too much force into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machine. Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of this stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and the beige coat. Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw. Oh, what preposterous! My ass as sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although recently things do seem to be a bit fussier than they used to be. Clearly his eyes are not the only things that have gone fussy. But allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had just completely disappeared. He disappeared? But Your Honor, didn't you just say, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines? Why, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone into the crime scene lobby number 2 at that point. So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm. No, I'm perfectly calm. Oh, I am perfectly calm. Not being anything but perfectly calm. It appears that his honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francisco, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different? If you're referring to my height, can't you just hold that whip still for just a second? Now, about his honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight to be an important factor. If it's that important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already? I will, but there is one more thing I need to do if I am to correct his honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements. When I was about to exit the room, he had completely disappeared. Oh, he had he? What was the finger whack from Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you know? No, it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I myself never let an opponent an opportunity to shout objection pass by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me? What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who's the culprit? The party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. If you must know, the uncouth bench Sawyer has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, well, that's good, but who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too. Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusion to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's height. As evidence, I submit that Francisco herself was unable to see out of that window. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. But then, it seems that you made the connection. There's somewhere to sit on the bench under the window. And yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? This is an outrage! Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Hold it! Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying at once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it! Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? I suppose it's possible you can't see the person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry, but honestly, I thought that sound was just the noise of a popper until just now. Now that he mentioned it, right before we restated the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is, when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired? Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. I suppose it's possible you can't see the person from the west room window. Hold it! In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last statement? Hold it on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see the person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you reference were left on that bench, do you? While you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting, I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. He's right, I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him. Well, that does mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for recess, I handled the change for prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvene. Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. Oh, alright, if you insist. Let's see, I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. 20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well, what did you do after that? Let's see, I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailies. So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot. Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party. But now that this has happened, I see. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. Let's spit it out already! If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it. But all I did was forget to mention it. That sort of excuse might work on other people, but not on a Von Kammer. But it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it. I suppose I have no choice in the matter. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. That statement and this piece of testimony is totally contradicting each other. Actually, they are not contradicting each other, they're related to each other. Can we try that again? Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it. I heard a bang with off gunshot and then I had to do that and did like this, just like a quick Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there. This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact. I believe that we finally found the flaw in his Honor's testimony. Sadly, he is completely oblivious to it. But I guess I can't really expect him to be aware of it. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill him in. At least that the thing finally came in handy. Indeed, now let's see what happens when I present it to his Honor. This can't be right. When I was leaving the restroom, I heard the bang. Brad said he heard the gunshot right before the trial was to start again. KG8 incident. A few yards. It must be the balloon piece, right? This is the second time I presented the balloon piece on the same statement. Let's go over it again, shall we? I suppose it's possible you can't see the person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Let's see, I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Oh, it's here, okay. Okay, I get it. My bad. Your Honor, I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Yet, I've been overruled. Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. As the new prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... biting your tongue. I see you have no mercy for the elderly Aether, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped to the back. With your height, you need to step a stepladder of 4 to accomplish that. Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know I can still hear you just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Yeah, Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad, and according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain that glaring contradiction? That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clearly. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. The sound of a gunshot don't make me laugh. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what the gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot. The balloon. I found this object in the hallway earlier. Oh, what is that pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before they just even testified. Let's elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins. Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot. But who could have guessed that someone who would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. I want to trade these with you. Well, that's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Oh no. The given testimony can be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. Why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3. What is it now, pal? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you it's in times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he's completely innocent of his crime. Actually, I think he should be apologizing. Like, even if Gumshoe is guilty, The judge can't just make baseless accusations. He was mistaken about the gunshot. He is still in a position to apologize. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony, my whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you'll be held indefinitely, understood? I got you, pal. Looking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get the break in this case. I came down here to this courthouse at Detective Bat's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From the time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it was me, pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. Came down to this courthouse on Detective Bat's orders. So was it really Detective Bat who called you down here? You bet it was, pal! I was left in charge of the prison while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you down here in a minute flat, he said. Well, I thought he was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat. How long did it take you? About 10 minutes, I guess. And what was Detective Bat doing when you finally made it? He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of the lobby number 2. And by he, you mean? Detective Bat, of course. And this being my first time at this courthouse. He always walked with me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defenders' lobbies. And did you meet anyone along the way? Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. When we heard from Miss Yu that Miss Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bat told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal. So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony matches up with Detective Bat's. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. You can't have been in the hallway the whole time. Oh, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Oh, of course I did something. I got the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Well then, and what exactly does guarding the door entail? Well, to put it simply. Oh, I know, it was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock, and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. It is... Oh, but I'm not lying. I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. And until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from the door. I have an objection. What is it, pal? Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things that courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the solid hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you can't just go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly peck. I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Fatima, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Oh! And Pistol Francis Group can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I could shoot out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for. Got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement, it may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you are not withholding further information from us? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. If only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. What? It is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the pride of the pack Swiss rolls, right? Remind me again, pal. The vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for a $6 pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Oh. Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in the hallway with me. So there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have? There must have been someone else in the hallway. What the heck is that? Well, I knew you didn't really have anything. The prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people you should stop, you know? I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, Detective. But, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for this lie, because there was definitely a second person. Three of us alone, this piece of evidence would make sense. Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. Oh, I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, you didn't buy it? Then that must mean you must have stolen it, you thief! What? I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. If you start out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, Detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh. There was 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. It would appear that we caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's Kay. Kay what? Kay Faraday. Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you. I'm a Kay. Okay. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy? I guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, what a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Rawr.
Now then, Kay.
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something. Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Ooh, a Swiss roll.
It really belongs to you though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh my. Your father, he's... Oh, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how Daddy is not here anymore.
I'm sorry. Sorry I couldn't protect him. Hey.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna cry.
It's alright, let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into a fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Miss Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch your lady cry?
Well, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Raven, don't blow your nose in on that.
I feel better now, thanks.
Okay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promise Daddy I never cry in front of strangers.
You're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francesca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. But you, a prosecutor, is a hero of justice, I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh. I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. And what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all of the promises Daddy and I made together. A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try. Okay, let's have a look at the promise notebook real quick. Kay's promises to Danny. Promise I never take things from a stranger. Never go anywhere with a stranger. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay?
Okay. So I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
Yes, and thanks to your also heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay?
Poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier.
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway, staring really hard at the vending machine. So I said hi.
And when was this?
Before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while. And then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? Got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And somehow I made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really wanted one.
Come to think of it, he did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why...
Hey, if you're bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you are the one already under arrest?
Oh. I sense the case is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry about that roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one.
But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger.
Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page.
Right then, I'm not giving this to you.
I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. Oh, okay. Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. That is such an awful loophole. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with the little Kay in that hallway. Yeah, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miss Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay.
Ah, so that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of Detective's action and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the Detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. This piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay. Mr. Faraday's in Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolishly reasonable fool. Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why.
Gummy. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
I guess there's no beating you, pal. Okay, I'll spill the goods. I haven't stayed in guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had,
all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest of them in that machine is a... Sorry about that, there's some weird sounds going on in my apartment at the moment. It sounds like a children's television program on next door, with the television being way too loud. I hope that's not... I hope you guys can't hear that. Oh wow. It was so loud, I thought, is there someone in the room with me? That creeped me out for a moment. Anyways, after all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, but I want to buy a Swiss roll, but I only have about $1 in coins.
So he pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. But then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me.
So you didn't really get it from me, you know? You told me it'd be okay. And he gave me the whole roll to save and give to Daddy. It's Graf, you could be so considerate. Indeed. So I take it that you sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, hey, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave the garbage lying around, Kate. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away anyway. It was sitting high up on the windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I'll forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Wow, you really got me there, pal. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll, and then I saw you picking Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? Sure, a feisty one. I'm sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. What about the Swiss roll? Would it be alright with you? If I held onto it until the Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go. Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. It's only Gumshoe who can buy a Swiss roll, give half of it away, and then drop the other half. On a day where he's exceedingly hungry. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. We just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Hugh. Oh, I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with... What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, Lady. Gummy is not a bad guy. Oh, and what have you here? What is the child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child in. Miss Callisto, that girl is Mr. Faraday's. I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however. As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door lobby, number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have got into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation's far from over. Oh, that's right, I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. With someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Kammer. Ah, down there, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Barr and you were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bat, is this it? Isn't that Detective Bat and Kay over there? Looks like she managed to escape the bailiff.
No, that's not quite it.
Ah, too bad, but it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll cherish it always.
Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh. Here, I got something else for you.
Yay, thank you, Uncle Bat. Earlier I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe?
Gummy is... he was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy... I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Kay.
Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to get home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bat's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bat? Yeah, I guess.
What, you were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene, and now you're letting this child run free. Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things you wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious to see what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bat, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right, Mister. Hey, mister.
Hmm?
Yes, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this.
But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. What an incredibly strong scented herbal tea. I feel that more than being relaxing, the scent may make it one bit heady instead.
You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's so violent if she's been drinking this stuff the whole time. Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic ever. It may not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this one are very useful. I think it's time they bought a new one. I wonder if they'll replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip. A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. This television is the same model as the one in Defendant Lobby number 2. It looks like the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies.
Yes.
The rooms are basically the same. I can see down into the courthouse courtyard from here. What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion. I believe it's supposed to be postmodern in design. More like thoughtlessness in design. Can't disagree there. This decoration plant leaves us shinier than the ones on the plant in the lobby number 2. That's probably because the windows there where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right, because the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2. The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they? That's because they are the courthouse's caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. That expensive painting is ill suited to be hanging on the wall of this room. I wonder if the guard details should be placed on it. Why do you say that? I thought this would a low-paid detective might make off with it someday. You never know. Maybe thinking about hiring a guard. But it's obvious he isn't factoring in the guard's salary whatsoever. Detective Bat, what exactly was Kay searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay.
Does because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste.
It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need to answer to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permitting this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here.
Perfume. So the sweet scent into the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Month Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't you ever be honest about her wants?
Now we have the perfumes you wears. Just fantastic.
Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to the investigating.
Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. So you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lock down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent. Earlier you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu.
Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here.
Then what you're saying is that until the Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in two different locations.
I guess I am.
Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident, and as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective in that case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, or because you were the lead detective on the case.
You knew?
I also know that today's trial involving the Cordobian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relations with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday and the KG-8 incident.
If you already know that much, I guess it's alright to tell you.
Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident.
It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring.
You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries?
The trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed.
Then what became of the secretary who was arrested?
His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
The boss man of the Amano Group? You can't seriously mean Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU Manikochin was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece. I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into that trap. What kind of trap? The holes in this jacket are testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon? You was shot at many times in one gunfight? No, only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KT-8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. About when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day the verdict of the KT-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring back my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hand slap across the face. Well, she certainly had lost a lot of self-control to stop to just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us in ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KT-8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? I was in pursuit of the ring, and we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor and I was the lead detective. Took to the witness stand. You appeared out of the blue as defense attorney. The client was related to the smuggling ring and she was defending them. Yeah, you was pursuing the ring as best you could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Hughes did say something to the same effect. Come to think of it, Miss Hughes did say something to the same effect. Have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for deeds regarding the KT-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not seen the qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words into my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him. Ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. Doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. But dare you insult a daughter of Van Kama? Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two are still too young. One day you'll know what I mean.
But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together.
But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Arkarasu case.
Did we touch a nerve? I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yargarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial, to prove that Rel was not the real Yargarasu, which I could have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After that, the accusation I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation, but I guess I won't be doing that either.
I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yargarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yargarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yargarasu.
What?
The KG-8 incident, the second KG-8 incident, both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring, and in both of these cases the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence of or absence of the great thief Yargarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yargarasu, however, in the middle of the trial. His son declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yargarasu, then during the recess they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
What's Edgeworth? Stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already.
I believe that there must be some reason to that. The two men suspected of being the Yargarasu were both killed at the same time.
Reason?
And so in order to catch Mr. Faraday, Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yargarasu.
If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you the reason why we never caught the Yargarasu.
What's this an outburst for? You almost made me with you by accident.
It's still accidentally with me anyway. There are three main reasons why the Yargarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yargarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yargarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security systems. And third, the Yargarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind ever.
I see. Those are the Yargarasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive feat.
The Yargarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as committed murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yargarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was the evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the who infiltrated the Kodobian embassy. The Yargarasu.
Yargarasu sent the evidence.
Until now, the Yargarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and select others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yargarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Yargarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yargarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what he sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
And that's how the Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yargarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'll be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. It's a bat. What does the law mean to you?
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. 710 District Court, Courtroom Number 3.
Which you, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Francisca, there is no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to deny this. Your Honor? Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence. Your Honor?
Oh, yes, can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would accept that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
He's busy with the investigation. Let's keep this brief, shall we?
In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into that case.
Understood, Your Honor. The piece of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case, and maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth.
I placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see, thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. This is the evidence related to today's Cadobian epilepsy trial from Mr. Faraday's pack. You mean the evidence pack that was on the table in W number 2, right? Yes, finally we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just the data about them. Just be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence for the epilepsy murder too. And why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about. Don't point your crap at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. I see someone's still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also weird to see the real knife up close. But we have the knife, the gun, and the envelope. This organizer's doing... And what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you.
About that, Your Honor.
We found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it to be passed along to you. Said it would help the investigation.
Good Bad said that? What a strange stroke of luck. We'll never look at the gift horse in the mouse. We might as well flip through it. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mackrell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man that what he was. Perhaps he was. The weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence he had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act and filmed by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe that Notice a security camera. The Cadobian Embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So, have you seen the content of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Brill on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound. I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. It's gone. It was originally used to kill the Cadobian Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then it's gone. It took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. Mr. Faraday's organizer, it appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down here. I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Mr. Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. And it would also appear that he had proved that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove his phony. If I present it to him in court, it should be clear everything up, and he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have made about being the real Yatagarasu, and he had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder. Thomas is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Look there, the pictures stuck between these pages here. It appears to be a key. And a rather honored one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key? This is fairly mentioned in this organizer. Yatagarasu's key. Is it better than something earlier? What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Cadobian embassy. Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time is something only Faraday and I, and a select few others know about. Mr. Faraday must be trying to keep the secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Cadobian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell. That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose the knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe we'll need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Francisca. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Take that!
This Yadagarasu's key, Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Monster Edgeworth. We just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornament of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yadagarasu's key in this photo and the murderer's knife have the very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentioned the Yadagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say? It appears that you finally caught up. Yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible. Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail. Can't believe it turned into the key. To think there was such a trick to this thing. But the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the Yadagarasu's store. This information is more critical than anything we learned up until now. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this odd piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to the knife trick would have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person who it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yadagarasu. And then maybe Mr. Really was the Yadagarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rell was not the Yadagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bat said earlier. But when we questioned Will about what was sent along with the white card, Will had no idea what it was. See, alright then. I guess the person who knows the trick behind the key is someone else and that person is the real Yadagarasu. It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence, and the piece that is missing is a surveillance video that was played in court. Surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rell committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, were you neglecting your duties? What? No, I dare not neglect my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's hold back with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene. There's something wrong here. What about this missing piece of evidence? It would appear that for me to find the answer I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. September 10, 600 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. That's the text bad, but who is we with? Never seen that officer before. So did you find it? No, not yet. And I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at a crime scene. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? What was that all about? And who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Do you even know that we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? It looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now? The guy came here from the Republic of Xingfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of attainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he's rude. But he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree, however, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bat? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Earlier you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2 again. You're quite a busy man, Detective Bat. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives says. I see, in that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you see, I will draw my answer from you one way or another. Would you kill it to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we are asking for you just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. I'd like to ask you once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything? You should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bat. Detective Bat, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yargarasu's case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yargarasu's key are one and the same? What? That's impossible. It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yargarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yargarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rella was not the real Yargarasu. Isn't that correct? Yes, so. Oh, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife. Yeah, I have to admit neither of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago you appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for.
Yeah, that's right.
Why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bat, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
Alright.
But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bat, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same.
And this is the last time I'm going to do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I had the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2. It sounds like the exact same story he told us before. Indeed, however, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me.
Who knows?
She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all. So his answer remains the same as before, I see. We're talking about some trivial things. I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then. I mean, I had the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
The gunshot Detective Bat heard was really the one from the murder. That would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now.
Sure.
I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. Detective Bat, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else?
Yeah.
It's possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something.
I've been a detective for a long time, and even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it.
I suppose with this detective that's probably very likely.
But a gunshot.
This is a bad. Does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh, so you know about that, the girl's balloon?
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon.
But what about the balloon?
I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point.
What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot.
Oh,
But the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot. On top of that, his honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that his honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bat. if you were in lobby number 1 at the time. You were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Don't give me a so. You just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The cracking of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. Since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? It's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The windows panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made up of special sound absorbing material. And then you mean to say that I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound? No. Oh. I knew that's what he was going to say. And that means that Scarface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle. Oh. That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now, do you get it, kids? Mother Edgeworth, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around. Then the other way around. Not possible to hear the sound of balloon popping if we are in lobby number 1. Where if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet the two Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. That's bad. If that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh, how so? If the room are soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot into your ears? I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it than from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this: there must be a reason as to how Detective Bat and Gumshoe heard the gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine that state of the crime scene again. State of the crime scene. Wait, can it be? It's that ultra strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. Oh. It's so noisy. Lobby number 2's television. Looks like it was set to incredibly high volume. Surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Let's try it again. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows, and yet the fragrance of perfume managed to escape from the defendant's lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Now then, what else besides smell can go both in and out of an open room? Barred windows. The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of the gunshot could have heard in both locations. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Pearl killed an embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after the time, it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television.
TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
I'll rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. A video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside. Looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but... Detective Ban, would it be alright with you if I verified the content of this video?
Or knock yourself out.
Alright, then let's rewind this and see what we have.
Okay, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. Should be alright. Should be about right then. Let's see. This is it. This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence in the surveillance video was here all along.
This sound. What's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot here. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. Do you mean to figure it all out then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was. And through where they heard it from. Fine, in that case, show me what you deduced. Now, to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard. Through where they heard it from. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking new hack. Or not? When Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made the most terrible racket. I mean, that's good enough to turn the TV on, right? Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stops, at least it did to me. I wonder why that is. Just as the spilled perfume in lobby number 1, if the windows were open, that piece of evidence sound would also dissipate out. Now to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and from where they heard it from. If the door and the windows to the crime scene in this room that we're in were closed, the killer could have used the gun, and no one would have been the wiser. True, this courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing as it were. However, what happened in reality was that Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Hugh, all three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby number 1 and number 2 and the hallway were open. Naturally, the people in those locations could hear. But then why would the criminal open the window in the first place? Allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. Right. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a little answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well, I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of the certain facts. What was the fact that the killer wanted to manipulate from perception? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running? You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Yu is asking for you in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something.
It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood, please tell her that I will be right over.
I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say.
It will appear that the time has come
To uncover the truth.
September 10th, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Kay, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for has already... Hold it. Kay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bab, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, I need a little task with you.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've always been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
Oh, the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. Wasn't when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest. I think we have more than solved this case already. See, it all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see. We even have a viewer in the gallery, and why even Mr. Bat is here. As the viewer in the gallery, I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Well, anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I take statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have?
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'll be more than appropriate to follow the rules of the court in this case, don't you think?
How absolutely like a rookie thing. Think such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
My logic is correct, and I already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is.
Everyone says the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene has all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route for lobby number 2, which leaves us with unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Phew, now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. Everyone says the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. The suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that is correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snagging.
I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump cards she's withholding.
Furthermore, the area around the crime scene had all been further investigated, right? Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are bad. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhausted of the crime scene in lobby number 2, there's no way out other than the hallway that Gumshoe was standing in. And if the castle claims to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But there's also a possibility that someone escaped through the window into the garden. Oh, that's the first place everyone looked silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked at every possibility, you know? Isn't that right, Mr. Bat? Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible route of escape? Of course I'm sure. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Mouse Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Ugh. Which seems with one unshakable conclusion that the Gumshoe is the killer. You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one still pondering that? Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready, all that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject. Ah, but there were witnesses for you. There is your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Kammer, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff for anyone. And so basically, the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor. By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before the Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that spell time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into the lobby number 2. At the time we heard the gunshot. By the time Mr. Bat and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about that when you and Detective Bat heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate or perception of when the crime took. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in the lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated?
Take that!
The tape. Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rel the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. And honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video? But I do, which leads me to my next point. The murder occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot.
That's the only thing I can think of too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out of Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If you play from the beginning, it would take around 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. This television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor, it was certainly the Miss Von Kammer. I already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Mads? Oh yes, of course we know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse rooms. Of course I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right, and if the room is soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it, end of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from the soundproof room? There's actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2, and it's that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditions installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. Oh, a window in lobby number 1 was also open. It's probably just a coincidence that they were both open at the same time. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 2? There's a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened, and the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is...
Take that!
Miss Callisto, you. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she's the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough here. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know, I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You argue that the window was opened, however, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now is the time to put the pretended one karma perfect proof to the test. You argue that the window was open, however, do you have proof it was I who did that?
Hold it!
Evidence. All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'll know straight away. Be my guest. Sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I present that evidence? Is it evidence? I have nothing to lose. What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows lines on your forehead, they're all bad. More importantly, are you going to be okay with not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine. Oh, well in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, alright?
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I recommend for boys, you know. This is mine. That's right, it's mine. And I received it from Detective Bat, you see. Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That this bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bat by you. Because it gets really strong really fast. So what about the perfume? While I were in the lobby number 1, you made a quick show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bat.
I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window. Come now, I already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After you opened the window, level number 1, I just left it open, you know. But maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window. The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the gunshot. Furthermore, it would be pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss, you were the one who called Detective Bad into the lobby number 1 when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Hugh. You accused me of murder of the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Oh, look, I have a lot of fun today, really. But I grow wary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Why couldn't be me? Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of this type of one karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. Accusing someone of a murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. I think I already explained the significance of that earlier. You only confirmed that I did spill some perfume. But that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character. As you like, but as for me, I believe... You believe. I believe that you are the true culprit in this case. Why are you enthusiastic? Of course you should have guessed. But I suppose forgery of evidence to be expected from the disciple of Von Karma. I formally request that you desist in your attack against my mentor. Yes, I will sue you for defamation. All I'm doing is telling you the truth, or maybe more like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, setting fuel to the fire. How dare you say such a thing? Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you. Oh, why did you have to ruin my fun? Well, shall we continue? In any case, simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. And why exactly could you not have killed him? I was just about to testify to that, but you're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Your preferences have no bearing on what is at hand. Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we?
Objection!
Mr. You will desist from tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy. Sorry, Miss Yu, please continue with your testimony. Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that used to kill him came from. At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Muz, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's not what I'm doing. Oh, I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence that he had to present was the key the Yargarasu had sent. And unless the key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll say it as many times as you like. There was a key in the evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yargarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it is, in fact, has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yargarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yargarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now, just knowing of the existence of the Yargarasu's key? I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would even now still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything, but we haven't have you accusing me of a crime with a false evidence now, have we? I mean, Mr. Von Kama, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look at this piece of evidence, it's more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yargarasu keys are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of the law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yargarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I have heard it from Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me that the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms. What you were saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. But within these pages he mentions nothing about a knife. I'm sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication? Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bat didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse. How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But it's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is the moment of truth. The secret behind the Yargarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yargarasu's key would change into a knife? Take that! There is only one person who would have known about it. dual nature of the key. and that is the person who sent the Yargarasu key to the police. That is to say, the Yargarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yargarasu? Miss you used Mr. Rell to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap with me. You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals. Why do something like this? Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Mr. Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into some place. You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto, you! Callisto, you? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yargarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. But you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Will an offer and acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yargarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Will was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Will caves to only two things: money and authority, just as all fucks do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Faraday held on to Will any longer. Plus, if I had them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill both of them. But didn't you say that you despise criminals? But I do. I really do. Oh, but do I really? Have you forgotten about the KG8 incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would? So then what was your plan? Plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Mr. Rell wasn't the Yargarasu by using the Yargarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapons well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in the right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lab number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yargarasu key just like that. He now noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside the plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought I'd give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rell as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe on the arrest. They're about having accidentally created an eyewitness. And now how that led to the killer to think about setting them up as though they killed each other. Did the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. This was to hide that I'd be caught. Oh, that's when I learned the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Will help me set up the crime scene. And after that, all of was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Client! If you want to talk about who has a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Cadobian embassy staff member, Deadman. You ordered a hit job. You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bat. I had Deadman killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. How could this... You don't mean you are working with Manny Coach too, do you? Maybe. Maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yakuza claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yakuza is just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yaragarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth, did you know the Yakuza has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yakuza has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yakuza's cube right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. Oh. You mean the key was your real target? Huh. And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. You two get down! Ah! Oh wait, that's worth. No, I can't do it. I don't have. Can I? No. My body, I can't move. Hey, mister, to your right.
You!
Are you alright, Francisca? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? But that's a gunshot. September 10th, 7 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the present. They should have a perimeter set up soon.
Detective Bat, are you alright? I heard a gunshot.
I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket.
He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken.
But more importantly, boy, I mean Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Kama. Are you too hurt?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay.
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
I don't know, she just sort of disappeared.
I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir. Detective Bat, sir.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault.
Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened for Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops? Pops? Watched one of too many detective diamonds recently, have we? Going to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Detective Bat, and take care.
Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday.
Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
It's no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so it didn't do anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if it didn't have his honest testimony, I think that the lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard to give all that you have and perform your duties well. Oh, one more thing.
I left a present for you with me.
You did? Oh, what is it?
What is the Kay left for me? It's proof of their friendship.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it?
Yes, it's a present meant for you after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now.
Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detectives Gumshoe and Kay brought together, while the one Kay saved never reached her father. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. Happy. So happy as though he is having a welcome back celebration of his own. I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Hope, that was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. Gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
I only noticed just now. Despite not present when we discussed her earlier. Detective Brad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna help him. Oh, but first. You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home. We should go home too, Waz. We have to hurry and report what happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll be counting on you. This trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. As that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Okay? It's been a while.
Kay, you sure grew up a lot.
Of course, but thank goodness I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
No, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here at all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're alright.
So does it all make sense now?
Betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and...
Hold it!
Hey, there's still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. No? First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yadagrasso? The Yadagrasso is Callisto you, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yadagrasso was my father.
Mr. Faraday was the Yadagrasso.
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yadagrasso. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible.
What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then, how to explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yadagrasso's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was really a great thief too, huh?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yadagrasso was no more. But despite that, the Yadagrasso has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you? Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Yadagrasso sends card to embassy. Yadagrasso sent card to embassy, a calling card. Yeah, meaning the person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto U lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card, along with anything to be publicized. That's what the bat told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out so I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it out, I figured it was you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Mr. Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive that real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Hey.
Hey, you are so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want for you is not to steal something. What I want is to arrest the rest of that evil woman. That evil woman? You mean Callisto U? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Hold me for what? Miss Yu made her escape. It was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today.
I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean?
Yes. That case has been weighing down on my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands on the crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it is sure is scummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. Ugh. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu, after all the time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Callisto U, and Kay Faraday. Phantasmagorical changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay.
And with that, we are on a short recess. It's a long stream and I have to go to the bathroom. I usually do a break around here, so I'll be right back. Well, let's get into the final case. Then about Blaze. Alright, I've got my 2 cards. One of the Black Raven. And one of the White Raven. Country torn in 2. One to the west and one to the right. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. It's the Yatagarasu! The Yatagarasu's here! You cursed Yatagarasu! Kay! You! Eight hours earlier. March 14, 10:17 a.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, Room 1202. So nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have a chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after what whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and murder at the Gay Waterland theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body will come back to my office, along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to the case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! This is big, I tell you! Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about? Fragile dreams? That's a really bad video game. Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, okay? What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want to see. Want you to see? Oh, and that is... Take a look at this. On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentions is today. Today, Come on, we gotta hurry, the embassy awaits. I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country and I'm actually really fussy on details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? I'm not Kay, you're just too wound up. Well, when you should get too wound up too. Well, you should get too wound up too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Faraday, 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. He claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. She makes me so mad, phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card until companies' underhanded dealings are made public. The target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article It looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yaragrasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing else. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you are boring a hole through a newspaper with your eyes? No reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. This is one hell of a week for Edgeworth, like 3 cases in one day and then another the next day. Like, March 14th, 5 p.m, Theatrum Neutralis. By the light of this night's glorious moon. We are ready! Ready to embark on our nightly outing. And this is where our tale begins. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai Sushi Slice. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have 2 countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the 2 countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show now is being sponsored by one of the 2 countries? The one called the Kingdom of Alabast, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jamming Ninja. The Republic of Babel is sponsoring a Jamming Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jamming Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So anyway, about today's event, what's it called again? The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babel's Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. These 2 countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality of Codopia. Is everything alright, Miss Edgeworth? Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in 2, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Codopia. KT-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KT-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split in 2. However, the Yaragraso still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me, what were we talking about again? Ugh, if you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Alabast versus Babel Goodwill Jubilee. The 2 countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the versus? Also, both countries came to own the real Primidoc statue and national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluate today to see which one is the real deal. Hey, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. She may be better saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigation. Investigating, I tell you. I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagasa will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table. It still looks weird to me. The country split into two a few years back, and they shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh? Well, I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. What is all the hubbub? Oh. Hey look, it's the Steel Samurai. And he's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. I like the lot of heart that's in the background, just like... When tarnation are they? Come on, Big Scoop. Hey mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to ya. I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me to not engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you staring at him for? Please excuse me. It's just that I never seen a superhero up close before. Looks like he's written something down for you. To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Old Tokyo. Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you.
And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Alabasta to shake hands with the Ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as goodwill ambassador from our country as well. There he goes off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera! In just a few seconds, the Jamming Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jamming Ninja will enter the Republic of Babel. He is set to meet with the Ambassador of Babel at that time. The Jamming Ninja show is about to start. We gotta get back to our seats. And regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. But this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If you miss even a second of the Jamming Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? I could listen to that A Ninja Mark for Death lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice. Now that's the Jamming Ninja's greatest weapon. But those pieces of Jamming Ninja merchandise over there, I've got to have them. I especially want to hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misola wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right. Okay, let's try that again. Hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagasa will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank. No way! I just know the Yatagasa will show up. But I thought you said that the Orchestra doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. But that card you sent was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake. Well, how can I word this? The Orchestra's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We got a problem! The Orchestra has been spotted in Alabast. What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony? Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter. What the hey? Still samurai just walked straight on through without one. Now if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape. Hey, a country's embassy is considered to be part of a country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to enter through Babel and climb over the wall into Alabast.
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another. Kay, are you listening to me? Kay Faraday, and I'm coming through. Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her! Anyone! March 14, 6:12 p.m. open air stage. Hey, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Oh. Why, this is too big for us to handle. Looks like the Orchestra came to Babel too. You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay, you had better be alright, wherever you are! March 14, 6:45 p.m. Belize Embassy Secretariat Office. I told you it was me!
Hold it!
Okay, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Now can you do something about this woman?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this?
Well, sir, it's this.
It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage. A suspicious person. A long black coat and a hood over the head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy and then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm not wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe the name is correct. And if you're making an arrest, I assure you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer. I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority.
Hey pal, just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happens here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction, the end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we like.
Unfortunately, Detective Gumshoe, embassies are a different matter.
Huh?
This office is considered to be part of the Republic of Babel, which means that anything that happens in here, they falls to the control of Babelese government and Babelese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights.
Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there?
Sigh. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation.
No way, sir.
Please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home. I hope that's not very... Well, if you can hear that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth! In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Miss Von Karma! Ambassador Palladino, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation.
It's really nothing. Manny was my secretary, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly.
Francisca. Well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct... Already, what is it? Ambassador Palladino.
And you are?
I am Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant.
Assistant?
Miles, what the heck do you think you are? Please, I implore you, Ambassador Palladino. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth.
What do you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant?
I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Inspector? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please. I don't know what you're planning to try to get. But at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you are done playing games... Right, let's begin the investigation. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here?
Well, better late than never, yes, sir. I was placed on guard duty of the Babylonis embassy today.
Why are our police guarding an embassy? Oh, that hair again.
Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years, it was more or less a mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me.
Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands.
But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even packet noodles anymore.
So our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take. Many coaching, I heard that he was an admirable person, very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a little bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Coaching was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood matches the victim's blood. According to the result, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. And the blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose that means we would now know that the crime was committed with this knife.
This knife got some really fancy ornament going on. Oh, sir. This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy.
But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key, it can't be. Isn't this the Yargarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... 7 years ago? Oh! You mean the case where I was framed, sir? Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu.
What? Mr. Faraday was killed with his key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife.
Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of the crimes you were suspected. This is, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that the new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge.
Oh, I feel like the victim right now, all trampled on, sir.
I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is...
Oh, wow, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick.
Knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. Remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade.
Vines, sirs? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me.
It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs. But you really don't think you can call these stars? To say that detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babylese Secretariat holding this? While we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess this key, we do know that this was stolen by the Algrasso from the Cordobian embassy. That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that the further research is required into the country of Cordobia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Palladino about what he knows? I supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Cordobian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. It's a knife wound. It's obvious that he was killed with it, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. This man, where do I know him from? Let's check. Nope, we're done here. Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I am a subordinate of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site. You got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me.
You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as you say?
Yes, I suppose we might as well. Not like there could be any important evidence behind him or something like that. Small personal safe. This was Mr. Cochin's office. So perhaps he stored his most important documents in there. Well, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Okay, are you alright? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it right? Yes, of course I don't, and I promise I prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise for you to give up while you can. No, I don't think so. He isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try then if you are that confident. I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. Ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed in one's ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. There comes you. In the real world, we close up our eyes when we sleep. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the secretary. But there is a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the prima donna statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. Looks like this was once a grand-grandfather clock, but it was fallen victim to the fire. Hey, Miss Desiree, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself. That's quite enough, detective. He's just aligned with American souvenirs and memorabilia. It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Babalese embassy. Why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? Perhaps the Babalese is studying American culture and our tourism industry. If they have plans to make the Babalese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose. Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier. But he said that if I bring these with me to Babel, I can trade them in for a few buffets. Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babel? Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-out-you-can-eat buffet, I'll swim all the way to Babel if I have to. Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir. Nice, huh? Although the blades are all that remains of them, unfortunately. I guess that handle's all got burned off by the fire. So even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Palladino, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babel. These butterfly-themed knives, along with the Alabast's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe that of the Babalese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. But Palladino, what is this notch here for? Oh, that! It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see, so these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. Ms. Edgeworth, what is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate, and if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you're still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of a smuggling case. Then why is she here at this embassy? I was investigating at the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Oh, that's right. The autograph was due to appear at the embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over here. Although there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over here to the Babalese embassy. Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well. I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as a bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu? Kay would never harm a soul, sir. Hey, you remember, do you not? About the case we investigated together 7 years ago. That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. Ah, so that's the feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagrasso, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Kay's trying hard, but you know what? The Yatagrasso just keep on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagrasso sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirty secret. But all we had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract and it's going on the rap sheet. If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder though if Callista Yu really is the Yatagrasso. Gonna take a sip again? Can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Palladino, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but I would be against my principle to accept a bribe. Oh, no, these are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babel. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babel. Now I remember, the Republic of Babel is known for its various tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary, and the embassy's secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything: accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, and etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. See, so please excuse me my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have a distinct impression that I met him before. Oh yes, since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. Your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly did you mean by earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us. Ambassador Palladino, I was wondering if I may ask you about Codobia. Codobia, alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy, is that correct? Upon close inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. But that's not all about this key, it is also capable of changing into a knife. Oh! How fascinating! It's possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key. In its knife form, there is a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be part of Codobia. And how did you come to that conclusion? It has both the Codobian national symbol, the butterfly, and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Codobia. Ambassador Palladino, this key was stolen from the Codobian embassy 7 years ago. By Callista Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagrasso. Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time. I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador of Babel after Babel became its own independent nation. But if Manny was still alive, he would probably known about what happened back then. Mr. Coach and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yargrasa's key here in the present. We know for a fact that the Yarga's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim's Mr. Coach's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yargarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective, I believe all we need is a closer look. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. What is this here? Looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before. Still, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that it must have two compartments. Even just an eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall of this safe. In other words, this safe has a second compartment. What? Suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if that you say is correct, then there is a second compartment. How do we go about opening the door to it? As you can see, there is no other lock or keyhole in sight. Okay, there is one more spot of interest to me on the safe. Oh, yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mysterious second lock. Safe and its locks. Alright then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer. Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca? The shape, it does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the doors shut, nothing more.
Hold it!
Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Kochi made sure the safe had two compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to be to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. I'll report to you right now that the Yargras's key is the key that will open it. The Yargras's key! Must Edgeworth, this has better to be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yargras's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment. We know that the key opens the first compartment of the safe. But the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Let's go with this again, shall we? The Yargras's key was originally made to open Mr. Koji's safe in Kodopian Embassy. We confirmed that the fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. I am slightly annoyed that the dialogue for this goes in the bottom of the screen. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking about? Oh. It appears that you come to understand what I'm talking about. When you head on, the knife blade is exactly the same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the key knife portion is to act as a key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous! Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then it's even impossible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open the safe.
Yes, sir, I'm opening it now, sir.
These items there.
It's a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're pieces of art.
You're in the way now. Move, Scruffy.
Didn't think I was in the way.
These pieces of art. They're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures the section of the safe was to hide from you. I believe a more thorough examination is required. Will the sort of trick into one's safe is really something.
Yeah, it's neat how the safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is that the other end of the key was another key. I totally hadn't noticed. I wonder if Mr. Coach Jim was just paranoid or if he had secrets of that greater value. Speaking of paranoid, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was gonna stab myself. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty. Yes, sir.
This is a document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about.
It's me, sir.
Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, Detective? Mr. Coach's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. These pieces are stolen from around the world. Is it? No, that's not it. There's something more. Build sort of shape into one safe is really something.
Yeah, it's neat how the safe.
Let me check that. It appears that we found the key that the Grasso, Monsieur stole 7 years ago.
Since it was originally from the Simpsons, maybe she came back to return it?
I don't think she's the type to be as kind as to do such a thing, Detective.
Okay then, what do you think, sir?
But I still you. For what reason did she steal the key? Still something I'm missing? Definitely a piece of stolen stuff. I already checked the paper. What am I missing? The game tells me there's something I haven't examined, but what would that be? This document that was stuck earlier, Mr. Koshin. Why are we not taking that? To steal your dirty secret. It's possible that the dirty secret the Yargras was out to steal is in this very room. Dirty secret? Francisca, you are in pursuit of some dirty underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then the person I'm looking for is here in the Bapalis embassy, The head of the smuggling operation. I think it just might need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that. Yes, indeed, you are correct. After analyzing the intel we gathered from the various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate, and this is what tipped us off. This accounting document. It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the kingdom of Codopia, which means that somewhere in the countries of Alabasta and Babel is the head, the one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling. That's Francisca Warriors. She's amazing pursuing this case with all she has. That's what lacked. I like the piece of evidence. Take a good look at these documents, Francisca. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well. It certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. It seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Coaching himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Bapalis ink. Bapalis ink? Bapalis ink is a special product at the Republic of Bubble. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported. And that reason is that classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin. His base was an embassy, thus it was hard for both our countries and his to interfere, making the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice. But even if he's dead, we still have responsibility to look into his misdeeds. He's expected to whip a dead man. I'm not interested. Francisca, you must know that Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KG8 incident. Of course I know, but top being the head of the smuggling ring, there is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. And that should be everything? Yes. I'm still not allowed to research this one or investigate this one. Fine. I probably won't move either. There's some fireplace, you know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think so? Oh, if these are stables in every Beverly's house, then I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit too. Just how old are you again, detective? What does this document say anyways? Not much. Okay. Kind of running low on things to check. Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babel. Drawing this big on the wall of an embassy, it definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism.
Well, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country.
You may want a detective, however. I have yet to see the fruits of your design.
You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir.
The design on the knife's handle. It greatly resembles the special Beverly species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says it right here. The knife is property of the Republic of People. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be? Now come along quietly, Aragarasu. Kay Faraday. You're under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me. I didn't do it! I chased the fake Aragarasu in here. And he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well, I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Even your police confirmed that the Yaragrass infiltrated the Beverly's embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yaragrass snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yaragrasu, and most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she's the Yaragrasu. Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yaragrasu. Oh, look how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yaragrasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yaragrasu is a Yaragrasu. Well then, I shall prove that Kay is not the Yaragrasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. Even your police confirmed that the Yaragrasu infiltrated the Beverly's embassy tonight. They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting that the Yaragrasu that committed murder eluded us. Of course I chased after the Yaragrasu after entering the Beverly's embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yaragrasu snuck into the embassy. The confusion caused by the fire. Are you saying that the Yaragrasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. It sounds like we have a phantom in our midst.
Yeah.
In a way, he could be considered a phantom with the way he randomly appears. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yaragrasu. Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Yaragrasu sent a calling card saying, "I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret." Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. I see. Well, that is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. She wanted to steal the documents regarding her smuggling, so she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. There's a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle on this knife is removable. I guess so people can change them whenever they feel like. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, Detective. So this is what took Mr. Kucher's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade. Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days. But knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear. Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you are likely to find the victim's blood on it. Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it. Oh, sir. Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Document related to smuggling and publishing. It appears to point to Mr. Cochin. No, that seems wrong. So you're claiming that Kay knew that the foreign country's embassy had such documents. As stated in the calling card, Yargaso was out to steal a dirty secret, which means that the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong. It was a fake that sent that card. Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey, Miss Edgeworth, I leave it to you to handle this. Yes, I'd rather you did. You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. What's the point? Other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yaragarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Cochin's body. Furthermore, the Yaragarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it is obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. Then perhaps she didn't know whether Mr. Cochin had the key on him? If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need a reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key. But the fact still remains that Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death. But you know definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There's no counter-argument. What testimony? You're the only one talking! That is your definitive evidence. You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy. I swear it. And you came in here because she was chasing this suspicious person. That's right. I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing the girl scream, and when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon. I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me. You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That I don't know. I thought I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuse of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. She has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't... Hey, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. I'm not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. Does this mean that you already have the results back? I have confirmed that the shape of the Beverly's knife's blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensic teams with your own. I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so, we're clear, I hardly say your logic is sound, which you will see in a bit. If you can prove me wrong, please by all means go ahead. That has been my intention all along. Now let us return to your testimony. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Yadagarasu. When I heard that the girl screamed coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there motionless with the knife in her hand. But I already told you, I only came here because I was also after the Yadagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights, and then... You found that it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you we can't trust the words of a suspect? The only thing you'll accept is evidence, is it? That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of crime. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent? I think I do, because there is one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. I ask you that you please refrain from speculation. It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate. Miles Edgeworth would know that ungraceful loss will not be tolerated by subordinates. Now rebut her hypothesis with factual logic, otherwise what was your investigation for? Yes, you are correct. Thank you. Helping a subordinate out with advice is the job of any good superior. She seems to be rather enjoying herself, but she is correct nonetheless. Agent Sheena, please continue with your testimony. The knife is part of the special 3-piece set, which has the sign like no other. About the 3-piece set, is there really no other like it? Let's talk. Let's ask Ambassador Palladino for more details, shall we? The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly symbol of the Republic of Babel engraved on them. And because there are only 3 of them in the world, they are very, very valuable. National symbol, huh? Well, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastian set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. I see. Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There's no counter-argument. No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you for not Thank you to not decide that for me. I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at the reality the way it is. Are you sure you are not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you? Perhaps, but our definition of reality are a tad different. Are the two of you done chatting? Agent Sheena's proof is the Beverly's knife that Kay was allegedly holding.
Yeah, so how are you going to prove that Kay didn't do it, sir?
Agent Sheena wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here. Then I must show with evidence that Kay couldn't have committed the murder.
But do you have such evidence, sir?
Yes, there is one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me, and I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. The knife with the butterfly handle. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it? But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there is not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon. This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Beverly's knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. Oh, this should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Your argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles. Don't be ridiculous. What person would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. You're an Interpol agent. Your job is to know how criminals think so you can figure out what they will do and arrest them. I hate whenever a detective of any kind comes up with this like bullshit shit excuse in media. I don't know how a detective thinks. Well then figure it out. It's your job. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem. The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been the Mr. Coach's killer. What is this mark here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time, drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relation between the butterfly and the flower with this. Do I have anything that showcases that? Open document. I guess they got a curiosity? Let's try that again. It's amazing that you can't just say it out loud though. You know that the flower is a symbol of the other embassy? Oh, there's more pages. Oh wow, my first instinct was to use this thing. You saw I checked it out? And then just and I was like, no, you can't be serious. It appears that you made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives. This part of the knife handle has Bevel's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Bevelese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena? After the fire had broken out? That's right, Kay entered the Beverly's embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer.
Whoop. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What a great victory. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
What is the meaning of this? Another Bastion knife here.
Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babel? It didn't just find its way over here. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over.
You know what? My brain's hurt thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run. Now that's the way a real great thief operates. Okay. Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent. I mean, you believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did.
Not really, but...
Come on, you know? Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight.
Would you dare to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yaragrasu.
That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yaragrasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicion that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Preposterous. On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing?
The fact that she calls herself the Yaragrasu, that in on itself is the most elegant proof. Miss Sheena. Yes? I have no intentions of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yaragrasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards. I will walk it the best I can. Not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you too. As a token of my appreciation, those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? Well, I guess we better get going. Going to where? To the King of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastian embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. March 14, 7:44 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis, Derby. Count off. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This is so stupid.
Shifu, 99 callouts, so all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you, the second number one from my right. Sir, yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays.
What a kind heart you have. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Lang, she says, a cop who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone head for your posts. Dismissed. Sir. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I called Machina and she already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply requested that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabashian embassy. And what if I say no? Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry sis, but it's not that simple. Alabasta has the strictest immigration regulations in the world. Or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabasta, Miss Von Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabasta are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabasta as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already.
Is there a problem here, Agent Lang?
Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good young people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling Kirkus! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country! What are you? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang, and it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There you have it. Oh, no way! Ambassador Alba, I ask you please reconsider letting them into Alabasta. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babylonis embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babel someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that? Instead we're in. Not so fast. My little crow girl, you are still a witness in the Babel murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babel. Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Hey, Miss Edgeworth. Yes? I want to ask for a while now, but, that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Oh, that's right, I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Kammer, the prosecutorial prodigy. It is nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Kammer. Miss Von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabasta in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yaragarasu. The smuggling ring, Perhaps I should ask Francisca a bit more about them before I head into Alabasta. And I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Pellegrino for all that he has done for me. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to keep Kay safe.
Yes, sir. You just leave everything to me, sir.
And don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you.
We're investigating into the Babel side of things together.
Right, Kay? That's right, Gummy. All they're missing is this last stooge. Ambassador Pellegrino, I am in your debt. No, it is nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you are so sensational, you really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly.
No, that's quite alright.
Oh well, how about this then?
What exactly is it?
It's a fountain pen ink. Known as Babyliss ink, it's made exclusively in Babel. This is Babyliss ink. We make it from white with crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happens to have run dry. I'll gladly accept your gracious gift. The dystopian future where everyone uses ink pens. Great, wonderful. I guarantee to you that the writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. You made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before the completed his task. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babyliss ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Babyliss ink to begin with? It's classified Interpol Internet. Francisca, as your subordinate, I'm part of the investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I fill in you in. Recently we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Xingfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babel's special Babyliss ink, and it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babyliss ink from the real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct, Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Babyliss ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listening to things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile, since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babyliss embassy. We're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabasta. So we're going to go gather whatever if we can over at the Babyliss side, okay? Right, I'm counting on you. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabasta. Oh, and Miss Nestor, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. March 14, 8:17 p.m. Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Oh! What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're...
Edgy! Oh, thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship! The raven, it appeared, poof! And then disappeared, swoosh! And though I'm the steel samurai, my sword, I'm so confused! I don't know what anything means anymore!
Who's this fruitcake? I'm Larry of the House of Butts, married man of New Old Tokyo, my lady. Now I remember this person is one of your friends, isn't he, Maz? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is.
Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in his bind and you act like it's no big deal.
What sort of bind are you talking about here?
Suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder.
I see, that is quite the bind. Not the way in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T.
Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down one by one.
And that was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on.
Larry, it was you! You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph.
Oh, you didn't notice earlier. I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on, and why are you being threat? Hey, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play. Aha, so this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what you ask? Of the murder of the man who had snuck into this embassy, Mask the Mask II. Mask the Mask II? Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seems to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoings.
Tifu, we identified the victim.
Good work. I'll take that report now.
89, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well?
What did you tell? Did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek.
What are you lying?
Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah yes, of course. You let the detective see the file.
You're Detective Bad.
You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right?
Fancy meeting you here, Detective.
You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yaragarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case a card was ever found.
What incredibly dedicated to the case.
Detective Bat knows the Yargarasu's MO very well, and his passion for this chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bat, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest Yaragarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him.
I am in your debt, Detective Bat. About the murder of the Master II, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details?
When the Yaragarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Master II broke into this embassy, probably to steal some treasure or another.
And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room.
Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. Not like he's actually under arrest. Night here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alva was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Yargarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yargarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. No show. Who was it that failed to take their seat? Steel Samurai. Once the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in separate rooms. Oh, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at the time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. Larry Butts, you really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Mary, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, about that, I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like, both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about that promise you made me? Promise? What promise? One where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trap. Oh! I made no such promises. There was this great school and we had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man's to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Loris Dukenim now? That's Dukenim! Loris Dukenim! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Oh. Now I remember, you're that very pale imitation of a real artist. No, you get it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Loris business. Besides, when Banjolina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Minty walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I want to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy! Not really, it's not so much as I understood. But a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too! Nonsense, I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine, however. I imagine that whatever you were up to, it was probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. I just love this dynamic, like, Larry, what did you do? Edgy, do you suspect me? Larry, you did something, didn't you? I know you didn't kill him, but you did something. I don't have any evidence. I just know you did. Spit it out. No, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more. Confess, now. Oh, okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know the vintage costume and the legendary hero? Legendary hero. Santa Claus! Santa Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And, well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. You do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know, I did graduate from junior high, you know. And you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Crud! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man, what's wrong with the pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be the ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwits. No! Hey, wait a sec! We are not in court! Yep, this man is a nitwit. There are some weapons on display on this wall, a crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Bepalese knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards would match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Kocha. I won't rest until I speak to every suspicious looking nook and cranny. It's a samurai primary weapon, the samurai spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like BAM! You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it's just as Larry says, the spear is quite a symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Itchy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about the spear. Larry, about the spear. Oh, are you feeling it? BAM! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me, or is this spear a bit bent? What? No way, it's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. You see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. Ah! What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful, and just then I doing practice, I was spinning it around and BAM! It hit the wall! You're unbelievable, this is an embassy. But I always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time, on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late at night. I'm just as useless hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so I was on some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that, I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that is no biggie, it's not like I left a hole or anything. I don't know what I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, you're so naive. Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. I see, so your friendship truly is something special, Miles, that's why. Oh, that's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. What's the weapon on display like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Primidoc statue and Babel's one. The statue's face looks a bit like the costume Tio you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of facade. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. What is this pen supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see that it's supposed to be the likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your next salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. I love that Edgeworth was on the tail end of that one. Miles Edgeworth, I will be cutting your salary. Edgeworth just be like, yeah, good luck with that. Honestly, one of the best moments, best Francisca Edgeworth moments in general. Counterpart of the Babelese butterfly is the alabastrian flower. The butterfly and the flower, they're both lovely things, but can we interpret this to mean the alabastrian provides honey to Babel? Can't you come up with a more meaningful, profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from this equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Francisco, why can't you just admit I had something there? There was the exact same statue thing in the Babelese office we examined. It's the Primidoc statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning the one of the two is a replica. Both Alabaster and Babel claim to have the real thing. What an incredible childish fight to have. I will rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This Primidoc statue. There was one of these on the Babelese side as well. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of two is a replica. Both Alabaster and Babel claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. Almost the exact same wall mount. But I can't see any of the details from this distance. The counterpart to the Babelese butterfly. They're both lovely things. I feel like I already checked everything. But why would he be like, let's check every... Oh, rest up to this picture. Guess there's something I'm lacking? The person shaking hands with the samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The still samurai must be very popular. They're even using the national treasure as a backdrop. I just don't understand what exactly is so great about the tablet here. Clearly there is a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't you children the target audience of this show of costumed actors? Fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think the passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by a priest in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. With the Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Tapping Grove Lock, it finally sprouted today. Funny, doesn't look like important work to me. This is the victim, Demask II. What is with this gaudy outfit? Don't know about Master Demask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. This thief is separate from the Yakuza Garasso. I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. Demask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the mask. That's alright. All I'd probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? There is not a single shred of fashion sense in Demask's costume, but at least I can appreciate the great effort he must put into making it. You two don't know. You can buy these costumes almost anywhere now. It's being sold since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Demask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fools would dress in foolish clothing to act foolishly. Got the point about 3 foolishes back, Francisca. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that the direction on how to reach the room were written by hand. There is something written on the back of it as well. I'd like you to steal the Primidoc statue in this room. What is this supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? Got to guess from the text. I would say that this is actually a request for someone about what to steal. Just who is this person that requested the theft of the Primidoc statue? Just the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's still Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusted samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about this Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of the sword is the Steel Samurai. Listen, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. I suppose this was the wrapping cloth the Master II used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. Everything? Nope. Still something. I thought the Master II had quite the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashinu. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Demask II. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Now we're done. Okay. Let's see. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. Not a fact, but no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much. did some investigation over the Balinese embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Langshi says a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. A real wolf can catch both. See, so what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that! Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yes, apparently you did. And well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You wanna talk about a shock or about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool, law kings especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forget to take some things to pick with you. Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me? I just knew that our friendship was something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. What, you want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans have asked me of that. Oh, what are you planning on about? Steel Samurai Sushi Slice! I was damned, I bet it sent shivers up your spine. I must have been caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself? I think this clock actually fits the decor of this room quite well. I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of this room. It's designed and the material is made of strikes of good balance with plants. Hey, you two! Now's not the time to be talking about interior decorating, you know. Hurry up and save me! Be quiet. Ugh! This was all part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch. I do believe Larry has a point for once. Look at this. I really do feel like one of those find the mistake, but look at this photo and tell me what you find out about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy in the ambassador's face as he shakes the top-knot hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in this photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. It's just only an ambassador or a secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one... I'm amazed I can be this silly. Yeah, of course it's facing... And now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene. It's proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. And that wraps that up. question what is left. Can't spot absolute no difference between the two statues. These knives should match the blade of the counterpart. Wow! One of the knives is missing, its blade. Let's see if the two pieces of the blade and handle fit together. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that an alabaster knife did find its way into Babel. But how? I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Yo, Pink Princess, how are you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodblocks. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I believe that I may need to speak with her as well. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you would please... This must be a trick they call fate. Oh, this happened 2 days in a row. What? Aren't you Miss Oldback? Why are you so surprised? Ah, so you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. Your acquaintances were Larry? Oh yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. But that's why it's okay, my Ekipu. You don't need to be jealous. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep. So I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious Ekipu waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, Ekipu. You misjudged him. I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. That was no misjudgment on your part. That is precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he is now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Do you worry, Ekipu? I'd chase you for forever to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peak? And this is one of those rare times where Siska and I actually see eye to eye. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Land as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. It was yesterday. Look, I worked at the Global Studios before a long time ago. Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you. Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. I did not have enough people on staff at the studio. I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Minty girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, I'm not exactly great at reading the room with the standing in the very second, like dolls shooting hit the audience when I was bro. Because I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons. But a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received a stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it, Ekipu. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look, it appears that she is telling the truth. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too. You know, here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Mindy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no ascent in my name. Wait. This horrible handwriting, where have I seen this before? Ah, but now that you're here, Etipu, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Etipu? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Etipu, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Etipu, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
If you could please not cling on to my personage.
In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at the Ambassador Alba speech. Oh, Dad, no, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and I got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctor in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant.
Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir.
Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. Requested the assistance of a dog in search for the Yargarasu.
Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country too.
Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you?
Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of.
I think its name is Missile. What a fitting name for a police dog to dash it out in front of and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Good dog, you really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? Where is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Oh, wait. Isn't that an official samurai dog? But no, bat missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. This is the meat substance snack featuring the still samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered from a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. Looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. Alright, dog, and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? In the circumstance, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose you should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is... smoke was supposedly pouring out from the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry, this is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There's testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. What do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? I see. So what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Mrs. Oldback's fire. Right at the fireplaces of neighboring rooms. Share one chimney, is that what you are implying? Precisely. if you please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would gladly give you as many as you like. Thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found here at the crime scene. What? Now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing, I tell you! What? Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry the shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know, wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Edgeworth. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am! If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? It's always like this. Always when the article is missing, the camera is missing, the quiet is missing. Speaking of missing, that's the matter. And married, he said. I guess I proposed that. What I should have done to serve you, but I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honesty meant these days. Well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions, but I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours. Had that brilliant mind of yours, you really can't see through everything about me? And so the feeling of dread continues. But I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course I'm forever yours, my Edgy Poo. If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you and Miss Oldback? No! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present. The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. They had to pile them all into a pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you going to stick up for me? About that. See, after the show I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were, the samurai dogs were just sitting there in the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for disrupting them after the show. Well, by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. They were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to a half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the raring fire warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know, I bet you want a box too, don't you, my Edgy Poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. Looks like this lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their mask, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Sure seems like it. Undershirt and shared chimney. Here we go. The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Ugh. Why are you getting all excited or holding on to a lady's undergarment? Malzes with you uncuffed sea slot. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt? Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room was connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back of the wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What's in there? In the wall separating this room's fireplace and the next room's fireplace apparently turns. I suspect this fireplace doesn't connect to this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room. There appears to be nothing particular about the next room, but the fact there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. We now know that the fireplace connects to 2 rooms, but how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the lady as the masked Satan's killer, are you now? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip, so she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with Master Second's murder. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then, if you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you, I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in this whole world and then I kill myself and throw everything into the mass confusion. You made some wonderful friends, the child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. If you make that face at me, it's not no use. A man who is ready to die is a strong-willed one, you know? Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Oh, all right. This time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Because what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did on the roof tonight. After the show, I left a pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. But then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you to not lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. You're just gonna have to reason it out for me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. After the show, I left the pushcart in Rose Garden and came into the embassy. You left the pushcart. Could you please clarify the statement for me? Yeah, so the wheels on the pushcart got covered in dirt from the Rose Garden. It would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said just leave it. Well, it would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. Come to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way into the embassy. And what was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some dogs on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So I came into the embassy, right? And then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabas, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy? As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredibly shame at the second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling us nothing but lies, so let it go and move on. Alright already, you don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy here. I thought you're his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lunch, he says. True friends are bosom friends. If you are in trouble, call on your bosom friend whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry? Now then, if you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened? That's when I spotted the chimney. The chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are traditionally featured of American house. Plus many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the real romantic type. A romantic chimney. It might sound kinda silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about the chimney. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Well, actually I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at God Lake. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. I perk up to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family chimney after all. Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Yes, it is. Actually, I believe in the case of this man playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your body isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely, you hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, actually, that's so incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present. I was delivering a present to a child, not basking in the glow of love. That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. But a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know. In any case, the person you wished to deliver a present unto most certainly was...
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me! I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I tried to go down a chimney. Oh! I'd advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beams piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. A filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly aberration of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least as much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess room. That much we know for sure. Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now. We're not in court at the moment. Shut up, I see what's going on here and looks just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang says until the root of the tongue dries. One never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright then, get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Now you have forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest. And we're gonna end it here. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you had fun. If you did, you should be free to subscribe. We're gonna continue this next Saturday, where we'll probably wrap up this case, wrap up this game. But don't you worry, we're gonna continue with the sequel. Got it right here. So, thank you all so much for watching. On that, I guess I'll be spawning out. Bye.